Well, to say this trip not only to Los Angeles but to Chicago has not gone all that well for the Phils is somewhat of an understatement. On a very cool afternoon here at Wrigley Field, the Phillies hope to salvage the road trip, split the 4 games with the Cubs. It is the final game of this 4-game series. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy along with Ben Davis. We get set for the finale of this 4-game series, and the guy that was really the most effective starter on this trip, Zach Eflin, takes the baseball. Last time out, 7 innings. He's had 3 outings this year, all 3 no decisions, but he has pitched very well in all 3 of those games.
Just the right man to right the ship for the fighting Phillies today. It has been a really disheartening road trip, but hopefully Zach can get them back on the winning streak again. Last outing against the Dodgers, he was excellent. 7 innings pitched. Unfortunately, the Phillies squandered that lead and was able to give it up in the 9th inning, but he's just been great using that fastball. He trusts his fastball. He trusts he's going to put it exactly where he wants it. Gets a lot of outs with that sinker.
One thing that the opposition knows is that he will throw the fastball a majority of the time, but he moves it up and down. He's got natural sink on it, and that helps him get out of certain jams. Now, you look at the numbers for him so far this year, 3 starts, a 1.89 ERA, and he has commanded the strike zone. No walks in his last 18 innings, and Greg Murphy had a chance to catch up with Zach Eflin.
Well, here is Zach Eflin, who's going to pitch today here at Wrigley Field. And, you know, when you stop to think about 3 starts under your belt after starting the season in the minor leagues, you've pitched very well since being recalled up to the big leagues. Talk a little bit about how you felt in your first 3 starts.
I felt really good, just trying to build off of last year and, go out there, attack the hitters, get ahead of them, keep them off balance, keep them guessing. And I want to make sure that they know that I want a part in this future. So, I'm going to go out there every 5th day and give it everything I have.
You knew the situation coming out of spring training that you would start on the disabled list. You would be, have extended spring and work on some things. You did not know when this moment would come, when you were going to get back here, even though you did pitch so well in the big leagues last year. How did you handle that, knowing that you were going to have to wait to see when you got the call again?
Well, I really prepared myself pretty well this offseason, just in terms of mentally and physically. I knew that I'd be prepared whenever they wanted to call me, and I wanted to make sure of that. So I did everything I could to be back as quick as possible, and it ended up paying off. It was a terrible thing that happened to Clay, but it's my job as a guide, behind that, to be able to be prepared and come up whenever I need to, and to be able to make a difference for the ball club.
What was harder to prepare, physically or mentally, knowing that you were going to have some patience?
I think definitely physically. I'm pretty good upstairs in the head, but I would say definitely physically. It was a very long off season, and a lot of rehab and a lot of stuff you just kind of just don't want to do. But it was, at the end of the day, it was all worth it. And, just looking back, I'm really, really proud of what I did.
Okay, from a physical standpoint, then, what was the last part to come back? When you're preparing to pitch at this level, so much has to be right with the body physically. For you, what was the last part to come back, the part that finally clicked and you said, all right, I'm ready to go? I
think the part that clicked was actually mentally, was, telling myself that, I can go out there and I can go however many innings I can, pain-free. And, just keep on building off of what I've been doing all off season. I think it was, one of those things where you just have to come to grips that, you're healthy, you can go, you honestly probably can't get hurt anymore. So it was more of a thing to overcome, upstairs more than anything.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the other guys on the starting staff. You're the youngest guy on a very young starting staff. And I would imagine, first and foremost, putting aside the fact that you're pitching in the big leagues, it's got to be exciting to be a part of a group like that.
It's awesome. I mean, we have a lot of great guys, and we get along so well on and off the field. We're always doing stuff off the field together. And, I don't know if you ever see us in the dugout, but we're always talking baseball, always talking pitch sequences. And, we're preparing for what we want to, see in the future, and that's, winning baseball and championships and all that fun stuff, playoffs. So we're really doing everything we can to make sure we know as much about the game as we can, talking to our coaching staff, talking to the hitters, the whole rotation. It's been a lot of fun.
Is too much made of the fact that you guys can learn from one another, not only from watching each other pitch, but, as you said, sitting in the dugout and talking? I mean, you're at the big leagues at this point, but is there still that much more to learn?
Oh, absolutely. Just scouting hitters. Hitters change all the time, and so does pitchers. So it's fun to go in, watch video. I like watching a lot of video of Hellickson, Nola, Eichhoff, and just kind of picking apart their brain and what sequences they used, because it's very relatable in between pitchers.
You have 17 major league starts under your belt. Today will be number 18 here at Wrigley Field. Do you get a little bit more excited when you're pitching in a place like Wrigley with all the history that's there?
I think we'll see when I get out on the mound. I'm sure there's going to be some jitters for the first couple pitches, but I'm excited to get out there. It's such a historical ballpark, and just these past couple nights, just seeing the environment and atmosphere, it's really been a pleasure, and it's been really, really cool being here.
All right, it's good to have you back, Zach, and well, best of luck today.
Well, Zach Eflin certainly has been very good. Now, speaking of very good, the Phillies bullpen has not been very good, particularly on this road trip, but the Cubs bullpen has been outstanding in this series alone. Look at some of the numbers. The Phillies bullpen has allowed 20 home runs this year, which is the most in all of the National League. They've allowed 8 on this road trip. They just need to get some outs late in games.
They have to find a way to get it done. Tied for first, 6 blown saves. And this early in the season, Pete Mackanin really doesn't know where to go at the end of the game right now. His hands are tied. He just needs to find somebody that he can rely on in the 9th inning to secure a win for these Phillies.
And you saw the Cubs numbers. The Cubs have figured that out, and particularly late in the game with Wade Davis and Rondon. Now, they've given up some runs in this series, but the runs they allowed were mostly in the first game. Game number 1, when Brett Anderson lasted less than 2 innings. Today it'll be John Lackey on the mound making his 6th start. He'll be opposed by Zach Eflin. We'll have our lineups at first pitch in just a little bit, but when we come back, we're going to talk about the veteran John Lackey, who somehow just keeps on moving for the Chicago Cubs. He's been very effective for them since coming over. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. By Toyota. Find your favorite model today. Toyota, let's go places. By Citizens Bank, official bank of the Phillies. Visit citizensbank.com. And by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Learn more at IBX.com. Off Lake Michigan, which is much to the delight, at least for the moment, for the starting pitchers. We've already talked about Zach Eflin. Let's talk about John Lackey, who has been a very steady pitcher during his career. Phillies have faced him plenty of times, whether it be with the Angels, the Red Sox, the Cardinals, or now the Cubs, and he's been very effective against them. And as we mentioned, a very steady pitcher. A little bit of a hiccup with the Red Sox. It didn't seem like it was a fit at the end, but then he was able to find himself with the Cardinals once again.
I know I didn't like facing him when he was with the Angels. I was with the White Sox and the Mariners. He just seemed to have my number. He had a lot of guys' number back in the day, but he continues to do it. And last year I talked to David Ross. I said, how is he doing it? 38 years old this year. And he said basically he just dropped down a little bit with his arm, got a little bit more tilt on that sinker, but the curveballs come back around. He mixes in a few sliders slash cutters, a couple change-ups. You see him drop down there, and look at the run on that sinker. He's got that sink back.
All right, so this was last year against the Phillies when he allowed 1 earned run in 2 starts against them. And in this game here, the Phillies could not manage anything. Ryan Howard went down a couple of different times, so did Maikel Franco. And you look at his career numbers against the Phils, 9 games, 5-4 with a 2.55 ERA. But for some reason, recently, the last 3 starts, he has been very effective against them.
He's got their number, and they just basically have to just give him one side of the plate, much like John Lester the other night. Just give him one side of the plate until you get to 2 strikes and really just concentrate in that one particular area. If you don't get it, let it go.
Well, let's face it, the Phils have gotten to the starting pitchers on this road trip so far. They just haven't gotten to the opposition's bullpen during the course of games. When we return, we'll have lineups and first pitch between the Phils and the Cubs. match of today's ball game between the Cubs and the Phils. We are just awaiting, not for Ferris, but we're waiting for John Lackey to take the field. Ferris Bueller's day off. Scott Fransky had a Ferris shirt on yesterday.
He sure did.
Cubs are just sitting in the dugout. Lackey is just roaming around. He's on his own timetable. Bleachers are filling up. At least the bottom level of the bleachers are filling up. Got some issues on hallway cam. The cafeteria door must be jammed shut. Come on now, come on. Give it a kick. Woo! He's going to have a tough time not getting that chicken today. Phillies are staying warm in the dugout. They've got these powerful heaters that are blasting the heat in the dugout. They're very noisy. Matt Stairs said, I think I lost my voice because I was talking over the heaters so much.
John Lackey's in no rush, Tom. No hurry.
I wonder what he's doing.
I don't know.
We still have a minute before the start of the game supposed to happen.
Probably trying to cool down.
Umpires need bubble gum. Maybe that's what the holdup is. He's trying to cool down. It's not hard to cool down on a day like this. The winds are blowing off Lake Michigan, so this is the coldest day we've had in this 4-game series. Murph, is it the coldest day so far aside from the rain you felt the other night?
It's definitely the coldest temperature day, I think, but I would say that the other day with the rain and the cold temperatures, significantly worse.
Really?
They do have heaters in the dugout, as
Yeah.
you mentioned. I heard a rumor you also have a heater up there.
We do. Yep, we do.
Okay.
We have not turned it on, though, because we're trying to hang with you.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's very, very nice of you.
Yeah, and I'm very much lying. Let's take a look at the Phillies lineup brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. So Cesar leads it off once again. Altair moves to the number 2 spot once again. Odubel back at the 3 hole. Then Michael Franco, Michael Saunders, Tommy Joseph. And the bottom third of Cameron Rupp, Freddie Galvis, and Zach Eflin. And they will face the tardy one, John Lackey, who is now out on the mound, starting to warm himself back up again, making his 6th start, 2-3 with a 5.10 ERA. He sort of transformed himself from when he was with the Angels, when he threw 95, 96, 97 miles an hour. He certainly doesn't throw that hard. He hasn't thrown that hard in years, but they say that he has become a more versatile pitcher.
Hey, I'll sit right about 91 miles per hour. Big curveball, starting to throw that a bit more. Change slider, but he's really dropped at arm angle like we discussed in the open. But overall numbers against the Phillies, very, very good. 2.55 career ERA.
With a 5-4 record. And he, like the other Cubs pitchers, have had trouble in the first innings. The Phillies have scored 7 runs in the first innings of games here in Chicago. All right, let's take a look at our Nissan keys to the game.
Well, we know, Tom, it has not been a good road trip, so I would like the Phillies players to take it personally, see what they can do today, and find a way to win a ball game. And bullpen, we need to step it up in the bullpen. They've had their issues recently, especially on this road trip, so you can find someone down there, a couple guys that can come in and get some outs.
Yeah, the road trip, the bullpen on the road trip, 5.19 earned run average. They've allowed 8 home runs on this road trip, and that's nearly half of their total for the season. So here we go. Cesar Hernandez will lead things off as they ask John Lackey to change the baseball. Cesar did, which he's done from time to time on this road trip. Lackey didn't seem like he liked it that much. Cesar hitting .321 with 4 home runs and 10 runs batted in. He is 4 for 14 on this series. And the final day here in Chicago is underway, and the first pitch taken inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Cesar has been part of the barrage of runs the Phillies have had in the first inning. And he lifts that one down the left field line, and that'll slice out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. It is remarkable to think that the Phillies have had a lead in each game so far on this road trip. 41 degrees today with the wind chill. That one's out towards center field, and Almora ventures back a couple steps. Cesar's retired, 1 out here in the top of the first.
Hit that ball good.
It'll be tough to get one out today, though, with the way the wind is blowing in. And here's Aaron Altair, who has 3 doubles, a home run, and 4 RBIs on this road trip. And all 4 ribbies have come in this series against the Cubs. So the wind is coming in from center field at 15 miles an hour. On the inside corner, 0-1. The Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Scott Gershon of Tannersville, Pennsylvania. Phillies hit a home run in today's ball game. Scott will win $200. Now at McDonald's, an ice cold delicious soft drink is only $1. I'm loving it.
Good luck, Scott.
One ball, 2 strikes to Altair. And Altair strikes out. Even though Lackey does not possess the velocity that he used to possess, he still averages a strikeout per inning pitched.
Hard slider here at 86 miles per hour. Well out of the zone, but Aaron did not pick up the rotation on that pitch.
And now Odubel Herrera, who has 3 hits in the series. Odubel overall hitting .258 with 3 home runs and 11 runs batted in. No balls and 2 strikes. Hopefully going home will get Odubel back on track. He did have that double last night, which was the best ball that he hit in this series.
But a lot of awkward swings like the one you just saw.
Popped it up over toward third base, but that's out of play. Odubel splits this year, not having the same kind of start that he had last season. Last year Odubel hit over 300 up until the early part of June. Part of the reason why he was named to the All-Star team. No balls, 2 strikes here in the top of the first. And a bouncer foul off the roof of the Phillies dugout. One year ago today, Odubel .311 with 2 home runs. A little more than a 50-point drop this season. Down the right field line. If it stays fair, it's gone. It is foul. I was kind of hoping it was like the home run in Los Angeles the other night against the Phillies. Down the right field line that just stayed fair the whole time.
Comes back with another slider. He just cuts the wind.
Not as lucky as Bellinger the other night.
No.
4 straight foul balls, 8 straight strikes for Lackey. Out front. And that'll find the seats. Joe Madden won a World Series championship last year. And outside 1-2. Four wins away from 1,000 for his managerial career. Upstairs 2-2 to Herrera.
The better at bat.
.614 winning percentage with the Cubs. This will be the 10th pitch of the at bat to Odubel Herrera. Out toward left center field. Almora on the run. Back toward the track. It's over his head, and it's into the ivy. And the ground rules are that if you don't reach in and try to grab it, it is a ground rule double. If he had tried to reach in and grab it, then Odubel could have kept on going. Ben, that's why they go over the ground rules every day before the game.
That's why they do it. He's just going to go ahead and leave it out there. You know what? I don't need to get that.
Yeah, they'll wait for Andre Dawson to come out and get it.
What a great at bat. It just, there's snakes in there. But they go from that awkward a swing on the second pitch of the at bat to that.
No balls and 1 strike to Franco. All right, so the Phillies are trying to score a first inning run for the 5th consecutive game, as Herrera is at second base with 2 men down. Inside, 1 ball, 1 strike to Franco. Franco 23 RBIs, good for 5th in the National League.
Lackey got him with a little slide quick step right there. Franco was not ready to hit.
Pretty good pitch to hit too.
Yeah.
Now you got to be leery of that slider. Ahead in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Dan Bellino just yelled time from behind home plate. Marvin Hudson, the crew chief, is at first. Basner at second. Estabrook is around at third. I don't think Lackey was too pleased the time was granted, but it was before he went into his motion, so that's okay. Down the right field line, and that'll be into the seats.
That's odd. When Michael called timeout, Lackey threw a slider. Pitch obviously did not count. Comes back with a fastball. I was always indecisive when that happened from a catcher standpoint, because thinking if you really think that's the best pitch to get the guy out with at that time, I don't care if he saw it or not. Throw it again. Lackey chose not to.
Swing and a miss. That time he did, and he gets Michael Franco. Second strikeout for Lackey, who had to work here in the first inning. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left in scoring position. Pitches. Now we go to the bottom of the first inning. The Cubs will face Zach Eflin. Let's take a look at the Cubs lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. So Madden has changed up his lineup. John Jay leads it off in left. Then Bryant and Rizzo, which is the norm, 2 and 3. Addison Russell bats cleanup. Miguel Montero 5th. Albert Almora Jr. bats 6th. And then it's Baez, Lackey, and Matt Caesar will round out the lineup. Eflin has gone 7 innings in each of his 3 starts. Has an ERA of 1.89. Unfortunately, though, Ben, he has not gotten a decision in any of those 3 starts.
Hard to believe with those numbers. He doesn't have a W yet, but hopefully that'll change today.
He will face John Jay to start things off. Jay is 0 for 4 with a walk. Joe Maddon has loved the addition of John Jay to this lineup. Yeah, the first pitch from Eflin down low. I guess when you hit 349 in the first month of the year, any manager is going to love it, particularly as an extra man off the bench.
With that on-base percentage.
The real big piece that they lost last year from the World Championship team in their eyes was Dexter Fowler, so they had to somehow piecemeal it this year. And their thought is, or the thought was, that Zobrist would fill in a little bit in the outfield. Almora would emerge, and so would John Jay. And a line drive base hit up the middle. A leadoff single. And that'll bring Chris Bryant to the plate.
Well, take it right back up the box, right where it came from. Zach ducking for cover.
Bryant's had a pretty good series, 4 for 10. He has scored a couple runs. He has a home run. At a first pitch at the knees, 0-1. In Eflin's 3 starts this year, he's left with the lead once, left tied 1-1 in the other game, and then left down 2. He left with the lead his last time, and that was in Los Angeles, and the Dodgers hit the 3 straight home runs in the 9th inning. Today's game is also available in Spanish. Just use the SAP button on your television or change the language through the menu on your cable box. Yeah, it's certainly a day for hoods and blankets.
It's amazing.
Be hard pressed to celebrate Cinco de Mayo a day like this in Chicago. All celebrations would have to be indoors.
I heard it's on the 5th this year.
It is, yeah. They moved it. I don't know where he's going, but he's taking his dinosaur and he's moving. And John Jay is picked off first base. And Zach Eflin showing some good feet and a quick release.
A quick feed for a big man. Got him leaning. Really caught him off guard. Not even close at first base. He did it. He was out there. He was extended.
Yeah, he was swimming too, trying to get back.
It's a good firm tag though by Tommy Joseph. I'd love to see that.
0-2 pitch to Chris Bryant. Broke his bat, looped it out toward left center, and it's in for a hit. Back-to-back singles. A lot of times you'll see the ball hook. That one was kind of like a screwball out to left center field.
It was. And Cesar was expecting it to be over his left shoulder, ended up going over his right shoulder. Zach throwing that ball away. I guarantee that ball has pine tar on it. Got in on the hand so much of Bryant.
Anthony Rizzo 1 for 9 so far in this series. He's been hit by a couple pitches, hitting .248 with 6 home runs, 17 runs batted in. On the outside corner. Rizzo better average here at home. I think Cameron Rupp is saying something to Dan Bellino on that pitch. I saw Cam nodding his head and then first shaking his head and then nodding his head. Inside and low, 2-1. Here is that previous pitch. Guess it was a little high. A little high. Two balls and 2 strikes. Mentioned during his last game that Eflin, when he pitched against the Dodgers, he was a Dodger for a day. I asked him about that, and he said, well, I had a pretty good idea that I wasn't staying a Dodger after the Padres traded him to Los Angeles. And then, of course, he came to Philadelphia in the trade for Jimmy Rollins. To center field, and Odubel Herrera should get under it. And makes the grab for the second out.
No surprise here. Zach Eflin pumping a lot of fastballs right now. He'll throw that to the tune of 72% this season.
Well, then you mentioned before that with 2 strikes, a lot of guys go to the slider, they'll go to a changeup. Not him. He goes to the fastball even more. As Addison Russell batting cleanup today. This is the 3rd game he's played in the series. And he lines that one out toward right field. Saunders going back toward the track. It's over his head and a 1-hop off the wall. Bryant's around 3rd heading home, and he's going to score an RBI double, and the Cubs take a 1-0 lead. I have to admit, I thought that ball was going to be caught.
Yeah, Russell hit a ball really good last night, which Aaron Altherr caught at the wall in right center. This ball right down the middle. Just didn't seem like Saunders had a good read on it. Like he really wasn't busting it back to get there.
I think that's it. I just don't think he read it.
Yeah.
Because that ball should have been caught. Miguel Montero's now the hitter. He's 1 for 3 in the series. Get a chance to start for the 2nd straight day. Had a pitch inside, 1-0. Here's another look. I don't think Michael knew where the ball was. I mean, I know the track is usually an indication of how many feet he has. Out to left field, and Aaron Altherr follows the wind over toward the line and makes the catch. So 1 run does score on the double by Addison Russell. 4 runs allowed in the 1st inning of games this year for Eflin. We'll go to the 2nd with the Cubs on top. when the Nationals come to town tomorrow. It'll be Nick Pivetta against Steven Strasburg, and it's also Teacher Appreciation Night. Saturday at 7:05, it's Comcast Fanatic About Reading Night, and then Sunday, a special time at 2:35 first pitch, StubHub Mother's Appreciation Day. Get your tickets now by going to Phillies.com. Matt Breen, who was covering the Phillies for Philly.com, who is here today for the Phils-Cubs game, he will be running in the Broad Street run. We should get him to put a GoPro on or something. Michael Saunders leads it off. Saunders 3 for 8 in the series with a home run. Breaks his bat and a ground ball to second base. Baez throws him out and one away. And that'll bring Tommy Joseph to the plate. So, Murph, how does a manager get a team up after winning a world championship?
Yeah, I guess that's the #1 question for Joe Maddon this year. You know, it's motivation like any other thing. Joe Maddon's the kind of guy, and certainly baseball fans understand this, that does things a little bit differently. He always has when he was down in Tampa, now with Chicago. Kind of more like a Zen-like kind of manager with a whole lot of quotes that he likes to throw out there. You remember last year, guys, one of the slogans that the Cubs had all season long was embrace the target. Now, that was a Joe Madden-ism, and he was basically trying to say, you know what, we're the best team, and everybody knows it. They're going to be coming after us. Let's embrace it, and that's exactly what they did. Well, this year, he's kind of got 2 new slogans, and one of them is authentic. He said to the guys at the beginning of this season, I want you to be authentic, because when you're authentic, it's easy for you to repeat what you did in the past. If you're a genuinely authentic person, it'll just come naturally to you. He wanted them to do that. And he also said, let's all be very uncomfortable, not just the players and the coaches. He wants the fans here to be uncomfortable as well. He said 2016, that's in the past. You know, we can't feel comfortable about that. We have a job to do now. So those are the 2 things that they're kind of preaching this year in Chicago.
It's hard to repeat. I mean, the Phillies know that quite well. They got back to the World Series after winning it in 2008. As Tommy Joseph takes inside, 2-2. And the Cubs, for the most part, are the same team. We mentioned that Fowler's not here, and they have a little different bullpen because they don't have Aroldis Chapman anymore, but they have Wade Davis. But that doesn't always mean you're going to be able to repeat. You know, the starters this year, I mean, 2016, the starters' ERA was lights out. And so far, not lights out. But they're still in first place.
And it's only May 4th.
3 balls, 2 strikes to Tommy Joseph. Tommy fouls it away. That's now 8 foul balls that the Phillies have hit against John Lackey. Ground ball to shortstop, Addison Russell to his left. Two outs, and Cameron Rupp is coming up.
Good day to be a catcher. In every play, moving around constantly.
A lot of gear to help keep you warm. Cam hitting .217 overall. And hits one out of play onto the roof. Everybody getting ready for the ball to roll back down. And here it comes. Ball and 2 strikes to Rupp.
One thing Lackey has always been able to do is just get guys off the plate. He did it to Tommy Joseph too. He just does it now to Cameron Rupp. It just really opens up that 17 inches of plate to whatever he wants to do.
And he gets Cameron Rupp to foul tip one. That's the third strikeout for John Lackey, who sets the Phils down in order here in the top of the second inning. We've completed 1.5. We'll move on to the bottom of the second. Stream every pitch, hit, and run on CSNPhilly.com and the NBC Sports app all season long, wherever you are. CSN has you covered. Albert Almora Jr. will lead it off for the Cubs. They lead it 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the second inning. Zach Eflin gave up a run-scoring double in the first. Part of the issue for the Phillies on this road trip has been the long ball, first for the starting pitchers and for the staff overall. A breaking ball, and it's 0-1. One ball and one strike. Phillies staff has given up 11 home runs on this trip. That's a lot of home runs. As Almora punches one the opposite way, and a leadoff single here in the bottom of the second. And Javier Baez will come up.
Almora came in the ballgame last night, got a knock. Starts off his day with a single to right, his first at bat today.
Fastball, and it's 0-1. Cubs already have 4 hits in an inning plus against Zach Eflin. Baez hitting .271. He's 7 for 11 in this series, and he bunts toward the mound, barehanded by Eflin, who throws to first in time to get Baez. What a play by Zach.
Rangy. Man alive.
He probably had time to barehand it, but he didn't think so. And the throw with his body turned like that too. It is a sacrifice.
Baez bunny for a hit. Tommy gets all tangled up down to first base. I don't understand the bunt. Why would you bunt right there?
It's crazy considering the pitcher is up next.
Makes no sense.
Batting 8th.
We'll take it though.
Lackey is hitting .286 this year, but he certainly is not the same as Baez, as evident by that swing. And it's 0-1. Well, Joe Maddon did say in spring training that with Javi Baez, he does take the good with the bad. Takes the strikeouts with the home runs. Two balls and 1 strike to Lackey, who for his career is a .111 hitter. 21 hits and 190 at bats and 6 doubles. Over to shortstop, Freddie Galvis up with it, and dug out by Tommy Joseph. 2 outs, and here comes Matt Caesar.
Tough little hop there for Freddie. Went in the attack that got it on that short hop.
Caesar hitting .214 this year. No homers and 2 RBIs. Last year he had 5 home runs. That one's hit well. Deep to left field. Altair going back into the well, and it is away from his glove and a hop off the wall. A run will score. It's an RBI double for Caesar, his first extra base hit of the year. And it's 2-0 Cubs.
That ball's in the air a long time. I just thought it was going to be able to hook and get out of here foul. Unfortunately, it gets down for a double for Caesar. Hanging breaking ball. I didn't think he'd be looking for that first pitch. Just out of the reach of Aaron Altair.
Well, now top of the order, John Jay is the batter, and he swings through the first pitch.
Amazing how far, sorry Tom, amazing how far Aaron had to run for that ball.
Yeah, the wind just kept pushing it farther away. Off the bat, I mean, on a different day, that ball's into the bleachers. 0-1 pitch, upstairs. Ground ball up the first base line, foul, and it's even now 2-2. Up a little bit too much in the zone so far today?
A little bit is intent to go up there, get up underneath the hands of some of these hitters.
Way inside. the shortstop, and Freddie Galvis takes a nice clean hop. A run does score for the Cubs on the RBI double by Matt Caesar. 1 run on 2 hits. We play 2-0 Chicago. Phillies.com. Go to the fans section for all the information. Please submit your answer on the subject line. All right, Ben, the question is, who leads all active pitchers with 117 postseason strikeouts? Who leads all active pitchers with 117 postseason strikeouts? Awful lot of construction going on around Wrigley Field. They're putting up a town center just outside of the ballpark and a hotel in front of the ballpark. It's all part of the renovations to this area. I don't know how comfortable one of those cranes would be on a windy day like this, although he seems to be quite comfortable inside.
You and I stopped to watch that crane operate yesterday. I was just going to imagine just being up in that little box suspended in the air for all those hours.
2 balls and no strikes to Galvis.
I guess you could say the same for us right now, right? We're in a little box suspended in the air.
He's wearing short sleeves, though.
Yes, he is.
Probably got a cooler, some snacks in there, listening to some music or the game. 2-1 to Galvis. Although his liquid consumption probably has to be limited. 3 balls and 1 strike. Freddie 5 for 20 on the road trip. Towards center field, not deep. Almora makes the catch. I guess he had a little trouble with the cloud cover. And the sun is trying to break out.
I think when Pop Fisher goes up to bump Bailey and the National says, "What happened out there?" He said, "I lost in the sun." Pop says, "Blinding."
Well, he's putting sunglasses on now in center field. Listen to us. We're up in a booth, shielded by the sun. Eflin takes a strike, 0-1. Zach so far 0 for 6. Yeah, it's 0-2. Strikeout number 4 for John Lackey. And with 2 outs, we go back to the top of the order for Cesar Hernandez. Well, the Phillies on this homestand will play the Washington Nationals for 3, and then the Seattle Mariners will be in town for 2 quick ones. 7:05 on Tuesday, and then Wednesday is the Citizens Bank Business Person Special. Go to Phillies.com to purchase your tickets today. Cesar bunts, and they're not going to get him. Montero's not even going to throw it. That is a beautiful bunt by Cesar Hernandez. So he is aboard. Second hit for the Phils. And it brings Aaron Altair to the plate.
I would say never ever bunt except when at Wrigley Field, except when conditions are like they are today. That was well executed by Cesar. So now you've got a man on first base, good speed. You have a man at home plate with extra base potential.
Textbook for his 3rd bunt hit of the year. 1 ball and no strikes to Altair. Runner goes, pitch is taken low, throw to second, goes into center field, and Cesar doesn't realize it. And he is at second base with his 4th stolen base of the season. Well, he would have gotten to third base if he had realized it, but he is still in scoring position.
Yes, he is. And with his wheels, I don't think Sammy's going to stop at third base on a base hit here. Wasn't the best jump, but he still would have beaten it easily.
Baez sort of sold it to make it seem like he had the baseball. And a ground ball through the hole in the left side. Cesar's around third, heading for home. The throw to the plate by John Jay is not in time as Cesar sweeps right past the plate. And it's a 2-1 ball game.
Make it happen. That's what I'm talking about. That is well executed all the way around. And another 2-out RBI for the Philadelphia Phillies. This ball's hit hard. John Jay comes up, makes a decent throw to home plate, but Cesar just outruns it. Quick around third base. Lackey doesn't like it.
So the Phils have done this with 2 outs here in the 3rd. And Odubel Herrera takes way inside. 1 ball, no strikes.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Aaron take off here.
Altair now with 5 RBIs in this series. Yeah, we talked about Lester, how he is easy to steal on. Lackey is also easy to steal on. And Odubel out to shallow center field. Almora makes the catch. And the Phillies settle for the 1 run on the RBI single by Aaron Altair. We play 2.5. It's 2-1. Chicago on top. your local Chevrolet dealers. A lot of activity out in the hallway. Must be serving some cookies or maybe some hot chocolate or maybe some coffee. Out in the bleachers, the Phils fans are getting comfortable as the Phillies have gotten a run, so it's now a 2-1 ball game. And here's Chris Bryant to lead it off against Zach Eflin. And Bryant breaks his bat, hits it right where nobody is. Well, he's needed some new lumber in both at bats, but he's 2 for 2. Watch Bryant's reaction as he hits this baseball.
You play your whole life with basically, you know, straight up defense. You hit a ball like that, you're thinking, oh man, not again. Oh, I got to run.
And now Anthony Rizzo's aboard, and Rizzo hits it sharply right at Tommy Joseph. To second for 1, over to first. Eflin can't pick it. And Rizzo's on his way to second base. Nobody there to back it up. And that'll be the second error of the year for Freddie Galvis. So 3-6 on the putout at second. And a fielder's choice, E6, to put Rizzo in scoring position.
Nice play by Tommy Joseph, creating a throwing lane. Freddie just doesn't put enough on it.
Yeah, Freddie had plenty of time.
Yeah. It's a shame. You don't want to give this offense any more opportunity.
Here's Addison Russell, who had an RBI his first time up.
Last 6 Cubs have swung at the first pitch.
Yeah, why is that? Is it because he's around the plate so much?
Because they know the percentages of fastballs.
So go get one early.
Yes.
That's a swing and a miss. Now they're saying it's a foul ball. I thought it was a foul ball, but the way Cam reacted, it was as if Addison Russell swung at it, missed it, and it went right past his glove.
Rizzo has to go back to second base.
It's tough to tell whether it hit the bat there.
It really was.
It hit the glove, definitely. Ball, 2 strikes. I think that may have been a break for the Phillies there.
So if it works out.
Throws a breaking ball. He's only thrown a couple of them today. And now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Russell. Over toward the left side, flagged down by Franco. 5-3 on the putout. And 2 outs. MLB.TV Premium is back and better than ever. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live on over 400 supported devices. Plus, get a free subscription to At-Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for more information. Some more fighting fans here today. Broken back ground ball, and Cesar Hernandez is up with it. And Eflin works around the leadoff single by Chris Bryant. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error, 1 man left. We've played 3. We'll head to the 4th. Your business, including an amazing selection of quality Boardwalk products that deliver bottom line savings. Call and order by 11:30 and get your order the same day. Who but W.B. Mason? In between innings, Len Casper, the voice of the Chicago Cubs, going to stay warm. He went and got some coffee, maybe some tea. That gentleman's just arriving. He's a little tardy. Go to the top of the 4th inning. Now the Phillies trail at 2-1. A happy little lady. She's directing traffic. Maikel Franco leads it off. And Franco hits one in the air to deep left field. Jay going back, and it is gone! Just into the bleachers. Maikel Franco, his 5th home run of the year. And the Phillies have tied it up at 2.
You hang it, Maikel bangs it. First pitch, sitting on a tee. Maikel takes advantage of it, cuts the wind, and ties it up here for the Fighting Phils at the top of the 4th.
Yeah, it makes a winner out of Scott Gershman of Tannersville. He's won $200 thanks to Maikel on the McDonald's home run jackpot.
Way to go, Scott. Boy, did his bat stay in the zone for an awful long time.
Do you think he was sitting curve, or do you think he just reacted?
Honestly, I think that was just a good one to hit. I don't think he was sitting curveball. I don't know why you would in that particular situation.
So 5 home runs now for Franco, and 24 runs batted in. And it's 2 balls, no strikes to Saunders.
Contact, stiff front foot, front leg, I should say. Head down on it, and extension. That all equals damage.
Yeah, Maikel has 5 home runs, 3 on the first pitch of at-bats. I don't know if it's often, though, that he gets a breaking ball in the first pitch. That one's hit out to right center field. And Almora records the first out of the inning. Phillies now with 30 home runs this year. And Lackey about to throw his 57th pitch of the day. Michael is still talking in the dugout about the home run. John Lackey's been in double digits in victories in 14 of his years in the big leagues. The only time he wasn't was his first year when he was 9-4 with the Angels in 18 starts. He's only been under 500 in a season twice in his 15 years. 2-2 pitch, and Tommy Joseph is hit by that pitch. One out, base runner, and Cameron Rupp's coming up.
He tried a front door slider there. It just gets away from him.
He is not pleased by that. He's among the active leaders in wins with 178. 3 more than Justin Verlander, is right on his heels. Bartolo's got roughed up a couple times. He's at 234. Cam struck out his first time up.
I think maybe some tea or coffee is a good idea. Watching the hallway cam.
1-2 pitch to Rupp, and he goes down on a breaking ball. That's the 5th strikeout for Lackey. Freddie Galvis is coming up. Phillies fans, have you checked out CSN's new podcasts? Take a listen and bring your love for Philly sports with you wherever you go. Download on Auto Boom, iTunes, Google Play, and of course CSNPhilly.com. Freddie Galvis flied out to center his first time up. See if the Phillies can get another one of those 2-out runs. So far this year, they have scored, or they have a .288 batting average with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. Ground ball back to the middle, a base hit. Tommy Joseph will put the brakes on at second. And Eflin's coming up.
It's good hitting by Freddie. Lackey's going soft, soft, soft all day long. One of the first couple of bats here to Freddie. His first at bat 2-0. They threw a changeup in there for a strike. Even got to a 3-1 count. Threw something soft. First pitch hook, and then he comes back another changeup. And Freddie doesn't try and do too much. Stays within himself and hits it back up the box.
And Eflin takes a healthy swing at the first pitch. And it's 0-1. 1-2.
Zach's getting his hacks in today, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Phillies pitchers have 6 hits so far this year. They're 6 for 52, which is 2 off the lead. A bunch of teams have 8 hits, including the Cubs. And a strike 3 called with a fastball on the outside part of the plate. 6 strikeouts for Lackey, but the Phils do tie it up. Maikel Franco on the first pitch of the 4th inning hits it into the bleachers in left field. So that means we go to the bottom of the 4th inning, all square at 2. Nissan. Shop ChooseNissan.com. Buy Jefferson Health. Call 800-JEF-NOW or visit jefferson.edu. And buy your local Ford store. Check out every new Ford car, truck, and SUV crossover at buyfordnow.com today. Phillies have tied it up at 2 on the Maikel Franco home run. It's his 2nd career home run here at Wrigley Field. He's 48 away from Mike Schmidt's record, a mark of 50 home runs here at Wrigley Field. Ben has returned from getting his coffee. We set up an obstacle course out the hallway.
Guys.
We were hoping you were going to step over or jump over, but you used it as a slalom.
I actually went with tea.
Oh, you did?
I did.
All right.
I think I've had enough coffee on this road trip.
Well, there are coffee houses 100 feet from each other all around the city.
Very true.
Albert Almora will lead it off here in the bottom of the 4th inning as Eflin goes back to work, tied up at 2. I guess if you're Zach, you don't care that they're swinging early.
No.
Because you're still throwing the same pitch.
You can use it to your advantage.
Bouncer to third. That's a fair ball. Franco gets his bearings and then zips it across the diamond.
Nice play. It's such an easy throwing motion, and the ball just really gets across the diamond.
The chalk got him. Javier Baez, who bunted his first time up. And for the first time in 9 hitters, the Cubs do not swing at the first pitch. But Baez compensates, swings at the second pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. Zach's pitching him the right way, considering the way he swings. He's trying to get him to go after a pitch out of the strike zone. Out to right center field, and it's not deep. Playable for Saunders. Last time Baez was up, provided us with our Hyundai defensive play of the game.
Bunny for a hit. Zach Eflin gets to it. Very rangy is Zach. Gets over, barehands it. Flips on over to first base. Excellent play by Zach Eflin. That is your Hyundai defensive play of the game, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers.
Lackey rips one to left field. That'll be in for a base hit. And a one hop off the wall. Altaire's throw to second base is, just barely not in time. That's his first double of the year.
Bad swing there by John Lackey. Pretty good swing considering he's been in the American League for all those years. Doesn't have to hit a whole lot.
Now Caesar, who had an RBI double his last time up. And he takes a breaking ball, and it's 0-1. Caesar, of course, was an outstanding football player at Villanova. Also played baseball. He said when he was younger, he said football was always the priority. Most of his workouts were designed or centered around football, and he would just play baseball as sort of an extra sport. But certainly good enough to play in college, and was an excellent player at Villanova. When he was drafted by the Cubs, he had different increments in his contract that if he didn't go to the NFL Combine, he'd get $500,000 more. And he didn't go. And then eventually the Cubs signed him to another deal in the minor leagues, a little more than $1 million, so he wouldn't choose football.
Plus you only get to play once a week. That's no fun.
His alma mater is currently 12-25 in baseball this year under Kevin Mulvey. There's a liner to left field. Altair coming on, reaches down and makes another wonderful catch, and the inning is over. Aaron Altair, just by himself, has been a defensive highlight reel on this road trip, and he just helped the Phillies get out of this inning tied up at 2. He gets great reads and athletic enough to close quickly and seal the deal here at the bottom of the 4th. Minor League Report, Citizens Bank, the official bank of the Phils. Visit citizensbank.com. Where earlier today, Lehigh Valley defeated Scranton 5-3. Ben Lively went 5 innings, struck out 5. Venditti looked good. Pedro Beato got the save for the Iron Pigs. Logan Moore hit a home run. J.P. Crawford scored a couple, drove in one, and Rhys Hoskins had a double and a sac fly. So Lehigh Valley picked up the victory. John Lackey is just finishing up his he's in the middle of his warm-up tosses. He was on the bases when Aaron Altair made a diving grab.
He just saw it. It's the first jump that he gets. He's been able to have the gumption to get to that and make the catch, knowing if it gets by, it's definitely a run and possibly a triple for Caesar. Excellent play there by Aaron Altair.
And Aaron will bat second in this inning as Lackey has just now finished his warm-up tosses.
See Bryant weighing at third base now after Cesar's bunt, his last at bat.
Even if he bunts it the same way, Bryant will not throw him out. He came around to score on the RBI single by Altair. Line drive base hit it to right field for Cesar Hernandez. That is his 6th hit in this series. All right, so let's see if he does the same thing he did last time. Let's see if he tries to swipe a bag against a pitcher who during his career has allowed 247 stolen bases. That's highest among active pitchers. Now, he's been around for a long time.
Philly's doing a nice job with off-speed pitches today.
Altair lines it into center field, another base hit. Almora plays back on it, but Cesar holds up.
It was a seed.
Sure was. And he's now 2 for 3.
Pitch splitting the plate. He's been so good lately. As you take a look at the Mazda pitch cast, and I mean splitting the plate. But he's going that leg kick, but when he's getting his foot down, his head and his hands are not moving forward. They're staying put.
They throw behind Altair, and he's back. Each team now with 7 hits. Odubel doubled his first time up. He flied to center his last time. Outside, 2-0. You surprised where Almora is playing Odubel in center field? I know he hit the ball there earlier in the game.
Not particularly.
I mean, it gives Odubel a huge alley in right center field.
Slider just backs up.
Might get it again.
They climb the ladder with that fastball. Be careful. You got to protect against that back foot slider. Throw it on the same plane, have it break off his back foot.
2-2 is pulled to the right side. Rizzo thought about going to second, but instead they get Odubel at first. So the runners move up to second and third, and it's 3-1 on the putout.
Not the worst thing that could have happened.
Maikel Franco drove it his 24th run, 5th highest total in the National League. This time a slider instead of a curveball. And his home run was our Toyota turning point early on.
First pitch, breaking ball there off Lackey. Maikel does not miss it to lead off that 4th inning as your Toyota turning point.
All right, now he's got the infield back and runners on second and third here in the 5th. Trying to tell himself to stay close, but it's not in his swing path. And Lackey's thrown the same style pitch in the same spot.
Find a way to put it in play.
Yeah, the infield is back all the way around.
They're definitely conceding that run.
So Montero back out to the mound to talk to Lackey. No balls, 2 strikes to Franco. Back-to-back singles to start this inning.
It's a good 0-2 pitch to hit there by Maikel.
I think that Lackey was just trying to surprise him to throw it by him, because he certainly didn't delay the way he did on the previous pitch. We're going to probably throw that slider again in the dirt, and Montero blocks it even though he didn't realize he did.
Excellent play.
I think he thought this one got past him.
Excellent play.
Outside, 2-2. In the dirt again, 3-2. That's where he dropped down just a little bit more.
I think he knows that he has a base open. He doesn't want to give Maikel anything to hit. I think if you're Maikel, you have to be looking or expecting another slider here.
Ground ball toward third. Bryant charges, picks it up, looks at home, throws to first. RBI for Franco as Hernandez scores and the Phils take the lead.
He did get that slider, and he put it in play, and excellent secondary by Cesar. Excellent secondary. Bryant, there's just, with his speed, there's no way Bryant could have gotten it at home plate.
He would have been taking a chance.
Yes.
2 RBIs now for Franco, 25 on the year.
That's the secondary here by Cesar. No hesitation. He's on his way. Bryant knows with Cesar's speed, there's no way he can get him.
So now with 2 outs, Altair at second, Saunders 0 for 2.
I think this really is a part of the maturation process for Michael. Last year, the year before, it was 50-50 whether or not he was going to put that ball in play.
That one's pulled toward first, a foul ball.
And this year he's done that. That's why that RBI total's up at 25.
Which is part of what Pete had said that he wanted him to do.
Yeah.
So 4 RBIs the last 2 games. And out time is called. Joe Maddon's got to think about what his bullpen is going to look like for the rest of this game. Because Lackey threw 22 in the first and is about to throw his 23rd here in the 5th. Little dribbler foul.
Love to see Michael pick up Aaron right here. He's gotten very methodical with runners on base, hasn't he?
Yes.
Man.
Balls and 2 strikes. Little dribbler right in front of the plate. Montero says he has it, and he throws out Saunders. 2-3 on the putout. The Phils, though, take the lead. They get a run on 2 hits. The RBI by Franco makes it 3-2 Phils as we go to the bottom of the 5th. scoring position. Bob McClure, the Phillies pitching coach, joins us down in the dugout. Bob, what do you think so far from Zach Eflin? What are you seeing?
Well, you know, he's a little erratic as far as his command has been. He's left some balls over the middle of the plate, but other than that, you know, he's been very good. He's got a lot of life on his ball. You know, some of these guys you got to pitch up in the zone because they're very aggressive, and so he's trying to move the ball around a little bit more than he normally does.
Bob, do you think he's using the Cubs' aggressiveness to his advantage?
I think so. I think that, you know, for me with Eflin, it's a good combination normally when you got a strike thrower that really's got a lot of movement and they're aggressive. You can end up throwing not very many pitches and having a good game.
You know, the composure that he has shown this year, Bob, after his first year last year, I think it's been remarkable how comfortable he looks out there.
Well, you know, he's kind of special that way. He really is. He's got that kind of mentality where it's really hard to rattle him.
You know, look at the 3-1 pitch to Baez last inning. He says, you know what, here it is. See how far you can hit it. You wish that's a mentality some of the other pitchers would take?
Yeah, you know, we're trying to get them all in that mode. You know, they try and get a little too tricky, you know, and try and do too many things. The next thing you know, their pitch counts up.
All right, Bob, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you again.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
That is Bob McClure, the Phillies pitching coach. Boy, that's a good spot right there, too. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Eflin is about to throw his 60th pitch of the day. Decent splits. Bouncer back toward the middle, and that'll be a base hit.
Cubs hitters now 6 for 8 with bases empty, 2 for 10 with men on.
Well, it's unfortunate because it looked like he had him struck out on that inside pitch. And then after falling behind 3-2, he allows the leadoff single. It brings Bryant to the plate, who's 2 for 2 today. Well, it's just what you had said, Bob. Reiterated what you had said, that he's up in the zone a little bit because he needs to be up in the zone against this team. Last 15 games for Chris Bryant. I guess you could say he's pretty hot. Over toward the hole, another base hit. Runners on first and second with nobody out.
His 3rd hit of the day, and the first one where he didn't break his bat.
Rizzo is 0 for 2. Cubs now have 9 hits, 5 by John Jay and Chris Bryant combined. Rizzo hit it to a fielder's choice his last time up, flat out to center, his first time to the plate. And a breaking ball. 1 ball, no strikes.
That's the spot you have to go to. It's just so hard to get it to that spot consistently. You get it there, I just don't see how there's any way Rizzo can get a barrel to that ball. With how close he stands to the plate.
popped him up. Will it stay in play? Franco in foul territory. Infield fly rule's been called. And the catch is made. 1 out. The third base umpire, Mike Esterbrook, did signal a foul ball.
Right down the heart of the plate. That gets away with one. Keep that double play in order.
And now Addison Russell, he's 1 for 2. He doubled his first time up. And he's hit by a pitch. And then it got Cameron Rupp. So that'll load the bases up for Miguel Montero.
First pitch fastball just runs. Ooh. Cam got a piece of that as well. Just runs in on Russell. Did not get out of the way. Well, good double play candidate here in Montero. Big ground out to second base his last time up. I'd take that in a heartbeat.
Bases loaded. The Phillies play for 2. And the pitch from Eflin outside. Out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cubs as a team have hit it to 21 double plays. The Phillies have hit it to 20, but 21. The Astros have hit into an exorbitant amount of double plays, 36 already. Wow. Which means they're hitting in, on average, more than a double play per game. Montero, 3 grand slams. He also had a grand slam in the postseason last year. That one's out towards center field. Odubel Herrera's under it. John Jay is tagging from third. Odubel's throw goes toward third, and the Cubs have tied it up. So a sac fly, and it's a 3-3 game here in the 5th inning.
I don't know if Lackey's going back out, but if he's not, it gets him off the hook.
It goes back to what we were talking about before as far as the Phil's success against the starters on this road trip. They've had success against the starters. It's been the bullpens of both the Dodgers and the Cubs that they haven't been able to solve. Now Mora has an RB or has a single to run scored. He's also grounded out to third. And a good play by Rupp, but it's 1 ball and no strikes.
Lateral movement there.
Over toward the left side, cut off by Franco, and he flips to Cesar, and the inning is over. But a run does score on the sac fly by Miguel Montero. And we are all even at 3. We'll go to the 6th. Tommy Joseph will lead it off when we return. well during the first month of the season. Cesar finished 2016 just under 300 in batting average and has started this season with that same consistency. At the top of the lineup, he's always finding a way to get on base. Plus, increased power in his bat is giving the Phillies offense that extra lift. Hernandez has 10 multi-hit games in the first 18 of the season, a feat done only 6 times in franchise history. And it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Cesar certainly has done his job today. He's been on base twice and has scored 2 runs. But as we begin the 6th inning, we're tied at 3. John Lackey's still out there. And the first pitch to Tommy Joseph outside. 1 ball, no strikes. I guess we should have been given a cue that Lackey was going to go back out, because the only one warming up was Brian Dunsing for the Cubs. Almora can't make the play, and then it kicks off the glove of Caesar, and Tommy Joseph on his way to second. He's there sliding. I have no idea what Almora was doing. It was Caesar that made the diving attempt, but the ball had already passed Almora.
Well, I know they never even out. I'll say that to the day I die, but it's nice to see Tommy get a little bleeder here. It goes in for a double. I don't know what Almora is thinking there, but it does get down. Tommy's hit a few balls hard on this road trip and had nothing to show for it, so it's nice to see that ball get down for him and also for the Phillies who are in scoring position.
Well, he had a hustle to get to second base too. There's Dunsing. That ball was catchable for Almora, wasn't it?
I thought it was. I expected him to make the catch.
And a liner out to center field. That's going to drop for a base hit. Tommy Joseph will have to stop at third. And that'll put runners on first and third.
That first swing there, I think Cameron working up underneath the ball. That time he got down top. A bullet to center field. That's going to be it for Lackey.
Here comes Joe Madden. So he has signaled to the bullpen. So Dunsing will come out. So Lackey's afternoon is done.
I'm surprised Matt let him go back out.
I really am. Also. Unless he felt like he didn't have a right to get out there right now. So the Phillies have runners on first and third. We've got a pitching change. Benefiting Stand Up to Cancer will take place on Wednesday, June 21st, when the Phillies take on the Cardinals. Lots of Star Wars activities, including character appearances, player headshots on Fanavision, and much more. First, who purchase tickets through the theme night page receive an exclusive Phillies Star Wars Fanatic Red leader bobblehead in an X-Wing fighter uniform. Go to Phillies.com/theme nights for information and to order. If you haven't seen that bobblehead, it's pretty sharp. All right, so here's Brian Dunsing with Freddie Galvis up and runners on first and third. Freddie will switch over to the right side of the plate. And he serves it the other way, and Rizzo catches it. They're going to double up Cameron Rupp.
You got to be kidding me.
Well, that is a bit unlucky.
Freddie trying to use that hole. Hits a bullet right at Rizzo. And that's a good pitch to hit. First pitch, hanging breaking ball. He smoked it, unfortunately, right to Rizzo.
Well, this is our State Farm double play. State Farm here to help life go right. Didn't go right for the Phils.
Man.
So Eflin will stay in the game and bat here. He has struck out twice today. Juan Beef Sam Wellington makes the play and tosses it back into the crowd. Two balls and one strike to Eflin. Fly ball right center field. Around the Seagulls, Almora will leave it for Matt Caesar. No runs, 2 hits, 1 man left. Phils leave one over at third. Will leave for the bottom of the 6th. WB Mason. Who bought WB Mason for fast free delivery? Nobody does it better. And by Toyota. Find your favorite model today. Toyota. Let's go places. Hello, Ben Davis and Greg Murphy. Here we are, the final day at Wrigley Field. It's going to be strange not to be back here. That young guy has gone 760 miles to see his Phils play here at Wrigley. And what a treat for somebody that young to get a chance to come out to this great ballpark. Not that it's going anywhere, so come out at any time, but it is a fantastic place to come watch a game. I have to admit it's better when the weather's warmer, but it's still a great place. And I know that Joe Madden and the Cubs are trying to get more night games, but I love the day baseball here at Wrigley Field. We are usually pretty fortunate to get more than one day game. This trip we were able to get just this one here and 3 night games, which was very odd. still look forward to coming out here. Great city, great ballpark. And now as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning, Javier Baez will lead it off. And he takes inside, 1 ball, no strikes.
It is a beautiful place. I'm still partial to Fenway Park.
Well, that's in Boston, Ben.
I know. You know, we talk about the old stadiums.
I can't say whether I like one over the other. I really can't. I think both have such a different flavor that I'm thankful that they are around in this day and age to give us a little taste of what the ballparks used to be like. I was fortunate when I was in college to go to Tiger Stadium before it was knocked down and Comerica came up. I was fortunate to be at Comiskey, or I should say unfortunate. It's just neat.
Yeah.
Two pitch to Baez. Ground ball toward the left side. The shift has Galvis there in the hole and a strong arm. 1 out. Kyle Schwarber will come up as a pinch hitter. Let's check in with Greg Murphy.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. It's time for our unlimited baseball break presented by T-Mobile. When the Phillies leave here in Chicago, the Cubs are welcoming in the New York Yankees, which means the return of infielder Starlin Castro, the infielder who spent all of his very young career with the Cubs before being traded in the offseason before the 2016 season. The Cubs have said when the Yankees get here, they will honor Starlin Castro with a video tribute up on the board to thank him for the years that he did give this organization. Obviously, he will not get a World Series ring, not being a part of the 2016 season. However, they did want to make sure that people knew that he was a big part of what they built here in Chicago. He will, however, Starlin Castro will have to watch Aroldis Chapman, who is now on the Yankees, get his World Series ring here tomorrow when the Yankees arrive. So that'll probably be a little bit of bittersweet for Starlin Castro. And how about this classic baseball trick happening in the minor leagues last night? The single A affiliate of the Brewers, the Carolina Mudcats, pulled off that hidden ball trick. Now, often you think of the hidden ball trick over at first base after a batter arrives at first base and the first baseman holds on to the baseball. This one actually happened at third base after a player advanced from second to third. The third baseman held on to the ball, pitcher back up on the rubber, and the old hidden ball trick tagged them out. And I was wondering, Ben, have you ever seen that in person? The video is up, by the way, on MLB.com if you want to see it, because it is kind of funny. But I was wondering if Ben's ever been involved in that at any level.
I have not. I have not been involved. Schwarber goes down.
I don't know how the third base coach didn't see that the third baseman faked the throw to the mound.
You have to watch the video. That's a good point, Tom. So the runner slides into third, and you see the third base coach bend down and say something to him. And as he's saying something to him is when the third baseman fakes the throw back.
Or even the second baseman. I don't know how he didn't see it.
It's a classic baseball trick, Tom.
Now the pitcher,
sleight of hand.
The pitcher is on the back of the mound when it happens.
Because he cannot be on the rubber.
Right, he doesn't step up onto the rubber. Yeah, everyone kind of has to be a part of it at that point and try and sell it. And the runner leads off third base, and boom, tag, you're out.
No balls and 2 strikes. Now they were arguing about it, that the pitcher, because the pitcher did go up to the back of the mound, and watching the replays over and over again, I never saw whether he went to the rubber, because he's not allowed to do that. But he did go to the back of the mound. I had always thought by rule he couldn't even go on the mound for the hidden ball trick. But watching it last night, I realized that is incorrect. Caesar hits it up the third base line. It's a fair ball, and the throw to first not in time. What a pick by Tommy Joseph. And it'll be an infield hit for Matt Caesar.
Phillies might take a look at this one. Tommy not putting up a huge fight. I'm surprised this ball stays fair.
It's a fair ball.
Yeah, it is. What a play by Mike Dell.
I was looking at the home plate umpire who has the call before the ball gets to the bag, and then after that it's the call of the third base umpire. Boy, he may have gotten him there.
We're going to look at it.
All right, so they are going to take a peek at it. Murph's going to reconnect with some old friends. And we'll see if Tommy Joseph did pick the baseball. See if we can slow it down enough to see it. Here's the throw. Caesar runs really well. Now by that, I think he's out, but all right, this might give us a better look where the ball is.
Ooh, I don't know.
See, now again, I think he's out by a half step, but it's one of those that, because yeah, I think he's out. Because I think the foot is still above the bag right there. Well,
but is there enough to overturn it?
Right there, Ben. Look.
I think that lunge, if he is out,
It's because of the lunge.
The lunge is what.
Now, I don't know if he could have done anything differently. If he would have run through the bag, if he would have been, you know, if it would have been cleaner, or if he would have been delayed even more. He is so quick, though, Caesar. And I have to say that the other day, the replays were clearer on the close play at first base. These are this is a little harder to make a decisive decision. It may go down, like you said, as one of those where there's not enough to overturn it. The shot that we had behind Tommy Joseph is the one where I thought looked like he was out, more so than the other two. Here we go. Marvin Hudson's closest to us, and he's out. Well, that's a wonderful play by Maikel Franco. And the Cubs go down 1-2-3. And also Tommy Joseph, by the way, on the pick. The Cubs go down 1-2-3 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Nothing across. We'll go to the 7th inning. The Phillies and the Cubs tied at 3. Time now for your Delaware Valley Honda dealers game summary. 6 in the books. We're tied up at 3. Maikel Franco has 2 RBIs today. Zach Eflin has thrown 6 innings so far, 3 earned runs. He hasn't walked anybody, which continues his stretch now of 24 consecutive innings without a walk. And he just picked up his first strikeout. He did not have a strikeout through 5. Here's that last play where Scherzer was ruled out. Ball is in the glove of Tommy Joseph there. And Scherzer's foot is just arriving at the bag. And Justin Grimm will start the inning for the Cubs, a 7.71 ERA. Cubs relievers have allowed 4 earned runs in 14 2/3 in this series. 0-2. reality, their back end guys have been really the difference in this series. That one's out toward left center field. That'll be in for a base hit. John Jay will cut it off, and Cesar's on his way to second. The throw to second base. He is out. And Cesar's just staying at the second base bag. He thinks he got in there, and now he starts to walk off. That's a heck of a play by Jay. I didn't think he had any chance to throw Cesar out.
It is an excellent play, and I do not fault Cesar for attempting this because of John Jay being left-handed, running in that left center field gap. He then has to stop, get momentum, going back towards second base. This is not easy.
Right there, Cesar's trying to size up his slide. That's really close. The Phillies still have their challenge, and Pete Buchanan I think he's safe. I think he's safe. Yeah, I think he's safe. They are not going to challenge, but it looks like he's safe right there. Did he get his hand? That's the only thing.
I think Marvin Hudson said you went past your time limit. Let's play ball.
But they can usually. Boy, it looked like he was safe.
Well, he motioned towards home plate umpire Dan Bellino, said, let's go.
Yep. Aaron Altair now the batter, and Altair takes inside.
Like he waved off Pete Buchanan.
You have 30 seconds to decide. Now, he could have just said, all right, you have to tell us right now whether you want to do it or not. Two balls and no strikes to Altair. Thought maybe the Phillies would do it because the understanding of the rule is that once you get to the 8th inning, it's up to the crew chief anyway. So you're here in the 7th. You have one to roll with.
Yeah. It's a heck of a play by Jay, nonetheless.
2-2 to Altair. Balls and 2 strikes. Popped up, out of play. It remains 3-2. Miguel Montero had to dance around Odubel Herrera. Can't be fun at the old ballpark, Ben.
Apparently not.
Yeah, the dirt ball 4, so Altair draws a walk. Time now for the Jeep Stump the Fans trivia quiz answer. All right, Ben, who leads all active pitchers with 117 postseason strikeouts?
I was torn between John Lackey and John Lester. I'm going to go with John Lester.
John Lester is correct. Log back on to Phillies.com to find out if you're the winner of a Phillies prize pack. And thanks for playing Jeep Stump the Fans. Odubel Herrera is now the batter. 1 for 3. There goes Altair. Pitch is swung on a miss. Throw to second, not even close to being on time. That is stolen base for Altair.
That is a very good jump. Nothing Montero can do. Get together, go over the signs here. It's terribly slow to home plate.
Cesar thrown out trying to stretch a single to a double in this inning. No double. Down in the count 0-1. Late 0-2. Two outs.
Whew. Rear back and throw it as hard as you can.
Well, Chris Bosio is going out. They may be asking whether he wants to just walk Franco. I can only imagine that's what he's talking to him about. Pedro Strop is in the bullpen warming up.
You can go out there and ask him. But ultimately it's up to the manager, isn't it? It's like you think a pitcher's going to say, yeah, you know what, I don't think I can get him out right now. Let's go ahead and put him on. It's like, I don't want a pitcher on my team who would say that.
Yeah, because he's dead red. I mean, he's fastball after fastball. Now, he does have other pitches. Franco has 2 RBIs today. Had a breaking ball upstairs. Oof. You hang one of those.
Yeah.
He hung another one, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. That one was a little crisper than the first one. Two balls, 1 strike to Franco. Montero blocks it. There's only been 1 walk today for either team. That was Aaron Altair, who was at second base. There's been 1 hit batter. And a liner foul down the left field line. Yeah.
That was a hanger. This is called sitting on it and getting it. Just unable to keep it fair.
Ground ball toward the hole. Backhanded by Russell. Slings the throw across the diamond. It'll be an infield hit for Maikel Franco. And that puts runners on first and second with 2 men down.
Smart base running too by Aaron Altair. Ball hitting the hole to Russell. Now if Aaron goes there, that needs to be a dead duck at third base. But he knows that Maikel's going to beat that out. He said, I'm just going to stay put for now. Very smart.
Saunders is 0 for 3. He's grounded out twice, including once to the catcher. And he's flied out to center field. 1 ball, no strikes. Three balls and no strikes to Saunders. There's Tommy Joseph, hoping to get a chance, and if he does, it may be with the bases loaded. And ball 4. Just walked him on 4 pitches, and that will load up the bases. Grimm has walked 2 in the inning. And here comes Joe Madden. So that'll be it for Justin Grimm. And they're going to bring Strop in. As Joe tells the home plate umpire, Strop. So another pitching change. Phils have him loaded here in the top of the 7th inning. The third Hatfield Philly Frank Dollar Dog Night of the season. Go to Phillies.com to purchase your tickets today. The Phillies have them loaded, and Pedro Strop will be the new pitcher. Tommy Joseph the batter. Tommy doubled his last time up. And the first pitch fastball. And it's 0-1.
Hard, heavy fastball, slider.
.32 ERA for Strop. 0-2.
close.
Swing and a miss. Tommy strikes out with the bases loaded here in the 7th inning. So Strop comes in and faces the one batter, gets that one batter. Time to stretch here at Wrigley Field. He'll face the top of the order, John Jay.
Jacket on that baby.
Yeah, really.
Man alive.
Upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes.
Long half inning for Zach Eflin.
John Jay today is 2 for 3 with a run scored. And it's 1-1. It was a 16-minute top of the 7th. Are foul, and now 2-2. How about the gas and movement that Strop had to get Tommy Joseph?
Yeah, last pitch was tough. Wish Tommy would have jumped on one of those first couple fastballs.
Out toward left center field, Odubel Herrera runs it down for the first down. Rodriguez and Pat Neshek warming in the pen. Freddie showing some footwork.
The soccer skills.
Yep. Carl Edwards is loosening in the pen. Eflin's pitches per inning. Ground ball toward the hole, backhanded by Cesar, throws on the run in time to get Chris Bryant. Boy, that was a wonderful play by a second baseman who was essentially playing shortstop.
You ain't kidding, T-Mac. Look where these guys are set up on the left side of the diamond. The only one that be able to get there would be Cesar. He realized that Bryant can run for a big guy. Gets rid of it quickly. Plenty of time. Excellent play.
All right, so now Rizzo with 2 outs here in the 7th. And he fouls the first one off Cameron Rupp. Got to fix that mask, Cam.
Cam saying hit it the other way.
Down the right field line, Saunders over toward the wall. Does he have room? He does, and he makes the catch as he lounges into the padding at a 1-2-3 7th inning. 8 in a row retired by Eflin, who may be done as this game is tied at 3. Local Del Val Honda dealer. Visit DelValHondaDealers.com. And by McDonald's. Now at McDonald's, an ice cold delicious soft drink is only $1. I'm loving it. Well, Zach Eflin's getting some handshakes in the dugout. Another 7-inning performance. He's allowed 3 runs today. They really pitched well, and you hope the Phillies can get a run or 2 here as we go to the top of the 8th inning to maybe give him a chance to not finish with a no decision. Phillies needed a starter to go this deep into a game. He's gone 25 straight innings without allowing a walk. And this is the 6th time this year. I should say only the 6th time this year that a Phillies starter has gone at least 7 innings in a game. And Eflin has now done it 3 times. Cameron Rupp will lead it off against Carl Edwards. And Edwards delivers low.
What else can you say about his another great performance? Trusts his stuff. Was able to get out of a couple jams here and there. Pitch to contact, just the 1 strikeout.
That one's hit well out toward right center field. On the run is Caesar. It is gone. A home run for Cameron Rupp. And Eflin does have the lead. An opposite field homer, and the Phils are on top 4-3.
Got a bullet his last at bat, Tom. Dead center field, and He knows Edwards can bring it. Cameron turned it up a notch and drove it in the right center field bleachers. Boy, Rupper.
Second home run of the year for Cameron.
Ball is drilled. The big, strong Texan, T-Mac. Dugout loves it.
That is the first home run allowed by Edwards this year.
First earned run.
But it's no balls and 1 strike to Galvis. Brock Stassi has come out of the on-deck circle to pinch hit. Over to third. Boy, that's kind of like the last play of the World Series.
Yeah.
Cameron Rupp, Zach Eflin. They had a moment. All right, so Stassi now will be the pinch hitter. What was Stassi's assessment of his ball off the ivy last night?
He said he could have gotten it a little bit more, but he said, I got most of it. I told him he got Wrigley. He gave me a courtesy laugh.
0-2. He gave me a courtesy laugh.
He said, honestly, though, that would have been pretty cool.
To center field. Phillies now with 2 home runs in this ball game, both solo shots, and 31 on the year. And Cesar Hernandez will now dig in. He has 3 hits today. Cesar's raised his average to 336 with his hits today. Balls, 1 strike. Line drive, base hit back through the middle, off the glove of the pitcher, and that's a 4-hit day for Cesar.
Have a day. Now go steal second.
Yeah.
Can you swing easier than that? I don't think you can.
Third 4-hit game of the season.
Ho hum. See how hard you can throw it. It doesn't faze me. So easy through the zone.
And now Aaron Altair. Altair has been on base 3 times. Boy, the 1-2 combination in the Phillies order. Now, you mentioned your keys, the middle of the lineup providing something, and they have today. I mean, Franco has. He has 2 RBIs. But the 1-2 combination, if you can get Odubel Herrera or Franco just to get hot for a few days, they'd be in RBI heaven. 1-2. Keys to the game. Take the road trip personally and stay up in the pen. We haven't gotten to the pen just yet. Benoit is up. Looks like he'll be the first pitcher out for Zach Eflin. Two and two. Pretty close.
I'd say it was real close.
And now he's down on strikes. And that'll do it for the Phils here in the 8th inning. But they do take the lead thanks to Cameron Rupp's opposite field home run. He blasted it into the bleachers in right center field. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th inning. The Phils back on top by 1, 4-3. Will host their Phillies Festival. The ALS Association Greater Philadelphia chapter is who it benefits. Guests can take photos with the 08 World Series trophy, get autographs from the current Phils, take part in a silent auction, and throw in the bullpen. Tickets are on sale now by going to Phillies.com. You can check out some of the auction items as well if you go to Phillies.com. There's always some great ones. Brock Stassi is going to stay in the game and play first base. Joaquin Benoit will now check into the ballgame. This may be an attempt to get a 2-inning save from Benoit as Addison Russell leads it off in the 8th. I think that's the way the Phillies bullpen has gone, that Pete is somewhat hesitant on going to many of the pieces out in the bullpen.
I don't know. He did throw an inning last night.
Well, maybe it's Neshek who pitches the 9th inning.
Could be. Could be Hector.
2-0 pitch to Russell. And 3-0. Montero on deck. Two. Got a little gas on that one.
He challenged him.
Benoit against Addison Russell. About 14 years separate the two of them in age. Challenged him again. Russell today has been hit by a pitch. He's grounded out to third. He also doubled home run back in the first. Phils try to split this series with the Cubs after being swept out by the Dodgers last weekend. Got him. He threw him a breaking ball after he fouled off those last two fastballs, and there's one out.
And everything was up in the zone. He was trying to get that fastball down. Everything's up. Finally finishes him off. Look where all the pitches are. Able to finish Russell off with that slider down and away, I should say. Nice pitch.
So Miguel Montero will bat here with one out. He had a sac fly that tied the game at 3 his last time up. Cubs have Zobrist available, Hayward available, and as Joe Madden showed last night, he will use Contreras, although he's already used Schwarber, so maybe he wouldn't be as apt to use Contreras. Center field, that's well hit. Odubel Herrera going back toward the wall, and it is into the basket. A home run for Montero, and we are once again tied up at 4.
Joaquin knew it. I don't know if Montero knew it. Just ends up right in the basket. Stumbles going around first base. See what that pitch location is.
It's either a little bit of a cramp or a weird celebration. So now it's a 4-4 game. And Eflin will receive a no decision yet again. Now Mora takes a strike. It's 0-1. Nine home runs now allowed by the Phillies bullpen on this road trip. That's a lot of home runs.
It is, and for a day where the flags are, see the wind supposedly blowing in. Quite a few balls hit out today.
Well, the Cubs will probably get their closer up now Because either way, he'll commit to the ball game in the top of the 9th inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Almora. And it's 2-2. There is Wade Davis. He is up. Skipping across the stands like a rock over water. The guy thinks
How did that not hit anybody?
he's got himself a souvenir, and he may.
Just skims off one of the empty seats. And just skips right up to that gentleman.
He got it.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Thank goodness that didn't hit anybody.
Two balls, 2 strikes to Almora. Opposite way. Saunders waits. Yeah, there are 2 outs.
And Freddie.
Yeah, I mean, this place is usually jam-packed. Unfortunately, that hit a vacant seat initially. All right, so 2 outs, and Baez is the hitter. Baez 0 for 2 with a sac bunt. Oh, and 1 to Baez. Montero's home run into the basket in left center field has tied this game at 4. Those baskets put in 1970. So many times you hear with games here at Wrigley Field, if those baskets weren't there, particularly in that particular play, that ball would have just hit off the top of the wall.
Or a fan would have reached over and interfered with it.
That's true too. Well, that's part of the reason for the baskets, is to protect the fans from reaching over the wall and falling over the wall. Oh, 2 pitch coming. Got a little dribbler foul. Ball, 2 strikes. Phillies scored a single run in their half of the 8th inning on the homer by Rupp. In fact, every inning that there have been runs today, it's been all single runs. One ball, 2 strikes. 22 pitches in this inning for Benoit. To the Phillies, half of the 9th inning. Odubel Herrera is going to lead it off, as you see Zobrist in the on-deck circle. And the 2-2 pitch coming. Swing and a miss. Baez down on strikes. The inning is over, but the damage is done as the Cubs tie it up on Miguel Montero's second RBI of the day. A solo shot to left center field. Will move to the 9th, evened up at 4. Pure Auto Insurance. Michael Barkan, Ricky Vitalico, Corey Seidman. They'll talk about Zach Eflin's performance today. And also the big home run by Cameron Rupp, which gave the Phils the lead. Also a good day by Maikel Franco. They'll touch on that. As Wade Davis will take over as we go to the top of the 9th inning. Davis in his 14th game has not allowed an earned run. Wilson Contreras will take over behind home plate. And now Odubel Herrera will lead off the top of the 9th inning.
Get it started again. Wade Davis, tough customer. I've seen in the last 3 games. Mid-90s fastball, low 90s cutter, big curveball.
Got a fastball upstairs, 1-0. It'll be Herrera, Franco, and Saunders. Those are the scheduled hitters. If you're going to throw a battle of the bullpen out there, the Cubs bullpen has certainly been better than the Phillies bullpen in this series. 17 in the 3rd innings. They've allowed 5 earned runs, which, you know, that's still a little higher than you'd like it to be. But most of that damage was done in the 7th inning of Game 1, where the Phillies hit 2 home runs and scored 3 runs. One ball, 1 strike to Herrera. Inside, 2-1. Two balls, 2 strikes. Odubel off his hands, out towards short. Russell's got it. And Davis gets the first out here in the 9th inning, and now Maikel Franco's coming up. Franco is 2 for 4 today. He's got a couple RBIs, now 25 runs batted in. You can get one of those fastballs or cutters on the inner half of the plate. Well, back in the 4th inning, he got a pitch he can handle on the first pitch.
Yes, he did off Lackey and drills it out to left. Tied the ball game up.
That one's down, out toward the middle. Russell is up with it behind the bag, throws him out. And now 2 outs here in the 9th inning. And Michael Saunders will now be the hitter. Just to put what Franco's done in perspective, at this point last year, he had 15 RBIs. So with 25 RBIs, he's on that pace that Pete talked about of getting to 100 RBIs. No balls, 1 strike to Saunders. And 1-1. Hector Neris, Janmar Gomez.
I think Davis would use that curveball more. It's a big one. Sharp breaker.
I guess when the cutter and fastball are working as effectively as they are, he's probably thinking, no reason to mix it up. They had a need when Chapman re-signed with the Yankees. Bandolino did not think that pitch was on the inner half. He hasn't been given that pitch most of the day, but it is indeed inside. Two balls, 2 strikes. 3-2. Ball 4, so Saunders works out the walk. And now Daniel Nava will pinch hit for Joaquin Benoit.
Make that 2-out walk hurt.
Nava, a 149 lifetime hitter, as a pinch hitter. He's batting from his better side, the left side. Phillies are so far this season 6 for 25 with their pinch hitters. Nava's 2 for 5. Don't sleep on Saunders either over at first. The ball getting to the gap, he's got decent speed.
Yes, he does. Last home series, we saw Saunders score on a ball hit down the line by Brock Stassi.
Looked like he was taking all the way there. Now it's 2-1. These two guys teammates last year with the Kansas City Royals. Royals 8-17 so far this year. I should say 9-17. Ground ball over to first. Rizzo knocks it down, picks it back up, flips to Davis covering. And he recovers for a 3-1 putout. No runs, no hits, and one man left after the walk to Saunders. Middle of the 9th inning. The Phils and the Cubs tied up at 4. The Phils felt pretty good about this Cameron Rupp swing.
Yeah, it was a good one off the bat of Cameron Rupp off Carl Edwards Jr. They give the Phillies just a quick lead, 4-3. Unfortunately, Miguel Montero comes up in the bottom of the inning, hits one right in the basket to tie it up. Montero hurt himself going around the bases, so Contreras is now in. But they are your W.B. Mason deliveries of the game.
So we're tied up at 4 as we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Honestly, Ben, I didn't know you had fans in Eureka. How about that? They're following you everywhere. Cubs fans from Eureka.
It's good.
That's all you got? Just that it's good?
Wow. Might be somebody else. Think, Ben, that
I don't think so.
cheering for?
We'll find out when they name you the Grand Marshal for their Memorial Day parade. All right, Jedmar Gomez will take over for the Phils, and he'll face Zobrist, who is coming off the bench to pinch hit. Zobrist got his Sox high today, and he takes a strike 0-1. Cubs scored the run of the 8th inning on the homer by Montero. Now here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Let's see if Jedmar can get through this. Change up, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. he may have broken his bat. And he is aboard for a base hit. We'll see if Caesar's up there to bunt. Let's see what Joe Maddon does here. Caesar takes outside 1-0.
He squared all the way around. You don't see guys try and bunt like that. Most times you see him pivot on the back foot, pretty much stay in the same stance, but just pivot and get the bat head out there. He basically turned around and was facing Genmar with both feet. Zobrist's not a speedster, so if they can bounce here, they might have a play at second base.
Caesar bunts it back toward the mound. Gomez looks at second. Turned out to be a good bunt.
Yeah.
Sacrifice 1-3. And now the winning run is in scoring position for John Jay.
Square around here, deadens it. Genmar thought about it just for a quick second, said, no, I'm going to get you out at first.
So John Jay, who has 2 hits today, he's also grounded out and flied out to center field. Zobrist's getting a good-sized lead off second base. As Ben mentioned, he's not the fastest guy out there, but he's getting a good start if there is a base hit. Hits for the Phillies, 11 hits for the Cubs this afternoon. Outside and 2-1. Chris Bryant on deck. Now it's 3-1. And now they're going to walk John Jay. And that will bring Chris Bryant to the plate.
They figure with this matchup, Jay out over the plate, a couple hits up the middle today. Genmar can run that sinker in on the hands of Bryant, reduce that double play. Very aggressive move.
Inside 1-0. This is where Genmar has to have pinpoint commands. balls behind Chris Bryant. Jed Mario had such a good start. 3/4 of the season last year was tremendous. The last quarter, though, not so much. And in the first quarter here, he has struggled. 1 ball and no strikes. Bryant bounces it foul. Phillies bullpen is tied for second in the National League with 6 losses. Runners lead off inside 2-1.
You got to challenge him here. Do not want to go 3-1. That changes the whole dynamic of the at-bat. He was gripping a changeup. There it was.
Confident in that pitch. 2-2. I think kind of surprised Bryant.
He's thinking another sinker. First 3, all sinkers.
Two balls, 2 strikes to Bryant. Pickoff play on at second base, and how about that? They get Zobrist. Wow. What a great move by Genmar Gomez. Now there are 2 outs.
And 2 guys picked off today. Oh, he's got a quick move. That's not even close.
Out by a mile.
And it wasn't like Cesar was jockeying him back and forth. He was standing there on second base.
All right, so that is a huge play. It's 2-2 to Bryant with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 9th inning. And Genmar gives up a single to left field. Boy, how big was that pickoff? Holy cow. And Chris Bryant is 4 for 5 today. And he's going to leave it in the hands of Rizzo. Games last season for Chris Bryant. He picks this one up here today. Anthony Rizzo 0 for 4 today. And it's 1 ball, no strikes to him. Bouncer back to the mound, and Genmar Gomez will get out of the bottom of the 9th inning, and the Phils will live to play another inning. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 men left, and a whopper of a pickoff at second base. We're going extra innings when we come back. room, so that means he got a better spot. Jim Deshaies made sure he got some chips because he had to get some energy. That's a good hat that Jim's wearing. He's the color analyst for the Cubs. And that means we're going to the top of the 10th inning. And the Phillies and the Cubs tied up at 4. Phillies are 2-1 in extra inning games. The Cubs are 1-1. I liked how Scott made himself small as he came out of the radio booth. Mike Montgomery will take over here in the top of the 10th inning. Ben Zobrist stays in to play left field. Montgomery did such a good job on Monday as the long man. So he will face Cameron Rupp, Freddie Galvis, and Brock Stassi. Gab takes the first pitch, down and in, 1 ball, no strikes. Cameron hit the opposite field home run his last time up, singled the time before that. So 2 for 4, 3 for 10 in the series. And he lines that one out toward left field, and Zobrist is there.
Bat shattered. Still hit it really hard.
And 1 out here at the 10th. Galvis has a single today, and he smoked one in the 6th inning right into the glove of Anthony Rizzo at first, and it turned out to be an easy double play. 2-0. Ground ball toward the hole. Russell has it, sets himself, and fires in time.
Very nice play.
I didn't think that was. I didn't think he'd get him that quickly. It wasn't even close.
He got rid of it quickly and a rocket across the diamond.
Brock Stassi is 0 for 1. He flied to center his first time up. Had a fastball 0-1. One ball, 1 strike. Little dribbler up the first base line. Wow.
That's called handcuffing your first baseman.
Sure was handcuffing your first baseman, but they made the play. 2-3 on the putout, and the Phillies go down in order in the 10th. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th inning, still locked at a 4-4 game. Phillies post-game live. Michael Barkan will be waiting along with Ricky Vitalico, Corey Seidman. They're going to talk about this extra inning affair between the Phils and the Cubs, the outcome of it. Also talk about Zach Eflin and how well he pitched here this afternoon, but gets another no decision. Genmar Gomez will begin his second inning of relief after a scoreless ninth, which included a pickoff, which saved the inning, really. He'll now pitch the 10th and begin against Addison Russell. One ball and one strike. A little giddy up on that.
Yeah.
Inside, 2-1. There's Contreras. Good pitch, 2-2. Russell today has been on base twice. He's doubled. He's also been hit by a pitch. Bouncer out to shortstop. Freddie Galvis charges. 1 out. Yeah, that'll bring Contreras to the plate. Had a big swing yesterday. Odubel Herrera is going to be attacked by some birds out there. The way it's going. I mean, they are all over the place.
They were all huddled up in that right field corner. They flew right in front of Michael Saunders out the center. Afternoon flight.
They're coming in for some dinner out in the bleachers. And Contreras takes a strike. 0-1.
Genmar is attacking the strike zone. He'd love to see it.
Way inside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Got him. 92 on that fastball. And now 2 outs. He's not going to be able to use that bat again.
No, that bat got him out again.
And Almora's coming up. He has a hit in 4 at bats.
Just threw it by him. I can imagine Dan Bellino's too happy with him right now.
Yeah, the fans were getting on Bellino for the 1 pitch.
Yeah.
2-0. Ball just slipped.
Looks down at the mound immediately. He just lost his footing.
Two and one. He's definitely aggressive. Maybe this will convince him that if he's aggressive like this, he doesn't have to nibble.
Right.
Two balls, one strike. Broken bat. One hopper to shortstop, and Freddie Galvis will take care of Almora. And two scoreless innings now for Genmar Gomez as he works a 1-2-3 10th inning. To the 11th inning we go, birds and all.
Heading to the top of the 11th. Little extra innings here in Chicago. When this one's said and done, back to Philadelphia go the Phils for a 3-game set over the weekend with the Washington Nationals. Steven Strasburg will pitch against Nick Pivetta on Friday night. That game is 7:05 on Saturday. Still waiting to find out who the Nationals are going to throw, but Vince Velasquez will take the ball for the Phillies. And then on Sunday, it'll be Jeremy Hellickson and Tanner Roark for the Nats. But guys, as you know, this one's not over yet.
No, it's not as we go to the 11th inning. And Cesar Hernandez will lead it off. Washington defeated Arizona 4-2 today. They're now 10 over 500. Max Scherzer got the win. There's a little squibber over to second base. Cesar's going to try to beat it out. The throw by Baez is in time. Wonderful play. And now one out. He had to hurry because obviously Cesar runs well.
Didn't get out of the box as fast as he would have wanted, but excellent play by Baez. Even to get anything on that. He is smooth.
But here's Aaron Altair, and he takes low and in. 1 ball, no strikes. Bryce Harper, by the way, in that game today, left with an apparent groin injury. So we'll see if he is even available for tomorrow's ball game. Dusty Baker said it was just precautionary. said, he did it on a diving attempt for a fly ball. 2 balls and 1 strike to Altair. Upstairs, 3-1. See if Altair can get on base. He's been on base 3 times today. 2 singles and a walk. Odubel waits on deck. And in the dirt, ball 4. Altair will go to first base, his 2nd walk of the day. And now Herrera.
I've seen a lot of pitchers do this recently. Full counts, and they're missing terribly. I mean, that pitch is not even close.
Yeah, he kind of spiked it. Odubel got the double in the first inning, but since that time has been hitless in 4 ABs. Altair has stolen a bag today. And it's 0-1 to Herrera. Contreras has a much better arm than Montero, who is now out of the game.
Find a gap here.
Bounced off the glove of Montgomery. Russell throws it wide of second base, and Altair is going to go to third. And the Phillies have first and third with 1 man down.
It was going to get up the middle. Odubel hit that ball very hard. Montgomery deflects it right to Russell. He just throws it wide of Baez. They give him a single on E6 on the play. So the Phillies have something going here in the 11th.
Yeah, his momentum was just taking him too far back. So now Maikel Franco in the top of the 11th inning with runners on first and third. Franco has 2 RBIs today. Odubel short lead off first. Way outside, 1-0.
I don't see how they give him anything to hit.
I was just going to ask you, will they pitch around him again?
You saw how far Contreras was outside. You look at him again. I mean, he's way out there.
Well, it's up to Maikel to kind of recognize that. Saunders on deck. The last time the Phillies played an 11-inning game here at Wrigley Field was August 11th, 2009. They won the game 2-1 in 12. Ben Francisco hit a home run. That made a winner out of our buddy Scott Air. And then Chad Durbin got the save. Two balls, no strikes. 3-0. They're going to just walk him intentionally. So Franco will go to first base, so the Phillies have the bases loaded. And Michael Saunders is scheduled to hit. Chris Basio is going to go out to the mound. I'm not really sure what Basio can tell him at this point. Maybe he saw something mechanically that he could change.
Tell yourself, middle of the field here. Something up middle of the field.
You got good speed over at third base. The arm in left not so great. The arm in center is solid. In right field is solid. At a breaking ball, 1-0. Saunders lays off. 2 balls, no strikes.
Aggressive pitch there by Montgomery, because if you fall behind on that one, you have to throw. Your back's against the wall right here. You have to throw a fastball.
Runners lead off in the 2-0. It is a fastball. Down to the zone, 2-1. This may have been ball 3.
Ball's almost in the dirt.
Tough not to be anxious in these kind of situations.
That's why I said, though, ball up, middle of the field. You know, so if you tell yourself, I'm looking for a ball that's up, I don't care about the count. So the count's 2-0. Okay,
ball's not up, then don't swing.
Exactly. So you're already there. I know what I'm going to get. I just have to make sure that that pitch is elevated. It's not 2-0. I'm just going to swing because it's 2-0.
2-2 pitch. On the inside corner. Strike 3 calls. And now Andres Blanco will come up as a pinch hitter.
Curveball there by Montgomery. Too close to take.
Well, now the infield can play back with 2 men down. Here at the top of the 11th inning, and Andres Blanco. 0-1. When we go to the bottom of the 11th inning, the Phillies will have a new pitcher in for Genmar Gomez, who was able to throw 2 scoreless innings here this afternoon. And Blanco waves at the 0-1. Neris and Rodriguez warming up. No balls, 2 strikes to Blanco. Got him. Oh, we got a piece of it, he says. Oof. Montgomery didn't think so. He was coming to cover his ground.
Change up down.
See the misdirection?
Yeah. Let's you see another pitch.
So the bases remain loaded. No balls, 2 strikes to Blanco. As the runners take their lead. Little guy wants to do a little celebrating. How did he foul that ball?
My goodness. He's telling himself, stay back.
Yeah, he's looked like he's falling forward in a couple of these swings. Again, the 0-2 pitch to Blanco. Way outside.
I think that's just a show me fastball. They want to get him out with something soft.
Looper out towards second base. Baez is there, and the Phillies leave him loaded here in the 11th inning. No runs, 1 hit, and 3 men left. To the bottom of the 11th we go. Tied up at 4. Cubs tied up at 4. That's how you stay warm on a very cold day. Game time temperature with the wind chill was 41 degrees. And it's cooled off even more as we've gone past the 5 o'clock hour Central Time. And Joely Rodriguez will take over here in the bottom of the 11th inning. And he will face Baez to start. And then Zobrist, the switch hitter. Pitches combined today between the 2 teams.
Little guy's well behaved.
Those 2
dinosaurs out.
Yeah, those 2 have taken each have taken 2 naps today. And now Joely Rodriguez, the 33rd player to appear in today's ball game. At Baez, the first pitch, he shows bunt, and he bunts at it and misses, and it's 0-1.
Great job by Genmar Gomez.
Yeah, maybe that'll boost his confidence a little bit, you know? You know, sometimes we kind of just look for anything. Yeah, the 0-1 pitch. 0-2. Ball and 2 strikes.
This is just the 4th pitcher the Phillies have used. Cubs have used 7 already.
Way inside, 2-2.
How the heck did Cameron block that?
How did it not hit Baez?
Even better question.
Joey Rodriguez had that as you watch this pitch again. Rodriguez had that game in New York where he was just lights out. He gets Baez to swing at one out of the strike zone. He's not been as lights out since then. But that's a good step forward right there.
There's a 93-mile-an-hour fastball, good tail on it. Baez is a free swinger.
So now Zobrist up for the 2nd time. He singled his first time up. Zobrist, who singled his last time up and then got to second base, was picked off at second base. And then Chris Bryant followed with a single to left field. Two balls and 1 strike to Zobrist. Inside, 3-1. Over to third base and taken on the big hop by Franco. 2 away here in the 11th inning.
Yeah, smart play. He doesn't play it into a longer hop. He comes and attacks the ball. So Mike Kelly, he just says, you know what, I'm going to go get on that long hop. I'm not going to play it in between.
Matt Caesar today is 1 for 3. Over to second base and caught out of the air by Cesar Hernandez. 11 in the books here at Wrigley Field. We're going to move on to the 12th inning as the Phils and the Cubs still tied up at 4. the Cubs tied up at 4. The L is rolling along outside Wrigley Field here in Chicago. 36,000 on hand here today. A lot of folks have left. They haven't stayed around to enjoy this extra inning game. The Phils looking to win their second game of this series. They were swept out of Los Angeles and they won the first game here. And Cameron Rupp will lead it off here in the 12th. Mike Montgomery will continue. He's been as effective a pitcher as you've seen in this series. Thought maybe after the outing by Anderson the other day, they might think about putting him in the rotation. He went 3 2/3 scoreless the other day against the Phils after Brett Anderson struggled. And today he's thrown 2 scoreless innings in relief. Rupp fouls it off the screen, and it's now 1-2. From a bench standpoint, the Phillies have Ty Kelly and Andrew Knapp available. The Cubs have Jason Hayward. Cubs are running out of more pitchers than the Phillies are. Inside, 3-2. Cubs have 2 pitchers left in their pen. And the Phillies have an assortment of guys available in their bullpen. Got to protect. That may have been ball 4. Well, it would have been ball 4 if Cam had to let it go by. To the left side, Montgomery fields it and turns, throws to first, and it's not in time. It's an infield hit for Cameron Rupp. That's his second one of this road trip.
Does it again.
He now has 13 infield hits for his major league career.
I said it before when you said he had 12. I said, I'll take that bet. I'll take the under. Get down the line, big boy.
Would it have made a difference, you think, if Brian fielded it?
I do. Put your head down. Oh, good feeling. Bench loves it.
So Freddie Galvis now the hitter. Galvis has a hit today. He's also grounded out twice. Anthony Rizzo thought he might be bunting. He was coming in. I think it's hard to bunt with Cameron. It's got to be a perfect bunt with Cam running at first base, even though he just legged out that infield hit. Out to right center field. On the run is Caesar. He's going to get to the spots. There's one away.
I was hoping that ball would just stay on line. It kind of carried back towards Caesar. It's hit well.
And now Stassi, who is 0 for 2 off the bench. The opposite way, caught by Bryant. Look out, Cameron. He is doubled up. Second time today that has happened. Second time it's happened to Cameron Rupp. Your Brock Stassi, you're feeling a little snake bit right there because you hit it right on the nose. No runs, 1 hit, and now nobody left. On to the bottom of the 12th inning. 12th inning here at Wrigley Field. In the 6th inning, this is what we're talking about. Freddie Galvis smokes this ball, but right at Anthony Rizzo, and Cameron Rupp is in no man's land.
Gets doubled up there. Brock Stassi, bullet to Rizzo at third. On over to first base. Snake bitten, Tom.
Well, now Jason Hayward will pinch hit. Hayward is the last bench player for the Cubs. Now he's just going to take pitches here. Last night he had 4 plate appearances. He took 24 pitches. It's just his style to do it. A .263 hitter overall. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. Three balls, 1 strike.
I don't like that slider there. I have a low 90s fastball. The guy's susceptible to fastballs down and away.
And now you're walking.
Now you're walking. Unless you're 100% sure that you could throw a slider there for a strike, much like a Larry Anderson, you know what I mean? There's no sense in running that count to 3-1.
Chris Bryant today, 4 hits, all 4 singles. He is 4 for 5. And he fouls it off to the right. He was presented with his MVP trophy at the start of the series. Excellent numbers against left-handed pitching. Phillies will head back home after this ball game to begin a 5-game homestand. Let's hope they have the same success with this 5-game homestand they had in the last one when they swept out the homestand. They were riding pretty high going into Los Angeles and then get swept out by the Dodgers. And now have lost 2 of 3 here to the Cubs. 1 ball, 1 strike to Bryant. Trying to make sure that Hayward is kept close over at first base. Joey wanted that pitch.
What gave it away?
Other than that, or he's getting stiff and he wanted to stretch out his legs. Outside, 3-1. You've got Rizzo on deck. You had Neris warming up with the bullpen. thought maybe they'd go to Neris here to start the inning because of his split. Three balls, one strike to Bryant. And he walks him. Back-to-back walks. That puts runners on first and second. And this situation's getting a little dicey now for Joely Rodriguez. McClure's going to come out. Well, there's nobody up in the Phillies bullpen, so this is Joely's inning. There it is, it's vacant. Wondering, Anthony Rizzo, who did win a game earlier this year for the Cubs here at Wrigley Field, does not have a sacrifice bunt to his credit in the major leagues, but he has bunted for base hits when the opposition puts the shift on against him from time to time.
I think that's what the meeting's for. If for some reason he does lay down a bunt, where are we going with the baseball?
Good speed on the base paths for the Cubs.
Mayer, has he gotten even closer to home? Looks like he's standing behind it. That back foot is. My goodness.
Just about to say he's got to go after him here. He can't start fiddling around.
No.
His command is not there in this second inning of work. Back to the mound. Rodriguez knocks it down. He's got to play it first, and that's it. And now runners on second and third. One-three on the putout. The winning run is at third. Russell is now the scheduled hitter.
Low walk him.
Joey just couldn't field this ball cleanly. He could have turned two.
Well, the Phillies still have a chance here. You have a reliever who's not accustomed to making that throw to second base. Might not be the worst thing.
Dan Bellino is wondering, are you going to walk him intentionally here? And Pete says yes. So Addison Russell will be walked intentionally. And it means that Contreras is coming up. The Phillies have already brought the outfield in. Fans are booing, but it's the right play to try to turn a double play if you can. And now Ty Kelly is going to come in for Michael Saunders and will be an extra infielder. So Pete Buchanan is taking a page out of Joe Maddon's book.
Duble's going to have to swing around towards the alley.
Right.
To right center. Aaron will have to swing around towards left center.
So Kelly is going to be an extra infielder. Juan Samuel is trying to get the outfielders set. Aaron Altair is asking where he should go, if he should move a little bit. So Ty Kelly said he's ready to go. They're going to put Ty Kelly behind the second base pad.
So the ball does go up the middle. He can grab it, tag on second, go to first base.
Yeah, not necessarily concerned about Hayward if you're Ty Kelly,
correct,
but to be in position to try to turn two with the ball up the middle.
So looking for a ball on the ground or really, really shallow fly ball.
To left field or right center.
Correct.
So Contreras, he is 0 for 1 with a strikeout. With the infield drawn in except for Kelly. And he hits it out towards shortstop. Galvis has it. Flips to Kelly for one. Over to first, and it worked. It goes down as a 6-9-3 double play, and the inning is over. How about that?
Pistol Pete.
Pete rolling the dice and gets the double play. The unorthodox 6-9-3 double play, and a little emotion from Brock Stassi. We're headed to the 13th, tied up at 4. Second base to hopefully get a double play, and it turned out to be the right move. Kelly stands about 2 steps from second base. He's the right fielder.
I think Freddie was going to go whatever way the ball took him. Ball hit slightly to his left, so he goes to second base. 6-9-3.
If it had taken him in a little bit, he would have come to the plate.
I think so.
So now as we go to the top of the 13th inning, Caesar moves to left field from right field. Jason Hayward stays in the ballgame to play right. Baez moves to shortstop. Addison Russell is out, and Ben Zobrist moves to second base. And Koji Uehara will take over on the mound for the Cubs. He pitched a scoreless inning earlier in this series. Cubs are down to Rondon out of their bullpen. And Cesar Hernandez will lead it off here in the 13th. 1 ball, no strikes. Two and 0. Two balls and 1 strike. Good changeup, now 2-2. That ball just faded right on out of the strike zone.
So I was thinking it might be a good time to bunt again if you're Cesar, because Uehara doesn't throw real hard.
There's a liner out toward right center field. Hayward on the run, and he'll get there. Not much you could do anything up into the wind with that much height. And 1 out here in the 13th inning, and here comes Aaron Altair. Altair has been on base 4 times. He has 2 singles and an RBI, and he has 2 walks. He's struck out a couple times. Fly ball, left field line. And Baez over toward foul territory. Two outs. And Odubel Herrera. Phillies today have left 14 runners on base. Odubel swings at the first pitch. Two. Just 8 pitches so far for Uehara. And Odubel goes upstairs and cannot catch up to it. And the Phillies are down 1-2-3. Here in the 13th inning. No runs, no hits, and nobody left. We go to the bottom of the 13th. Rodriguez will continue, and he will face Albert Almora. 27 hits combined and 8 runs. Almora, who has a single and a run scored, that was back in the second. And the first pitch on the outside corner, 0-1. One ball, one strike.
You had to make a couple extra columns in your scorebook.
I did. I erased some of the notes of the Phillies hitters. By the way, from a scorebook standpoint, Altaire's now in right, Kelly's now in left field. And this one is out toward Kelly in left field, and he's not going to get to it. He knocks it down. Almora's on his way to second. The throw not in time. Should be a single and an E7, but we'll see how they score it. Scored a double.
Puts it down the line. Kelly just planks it off the end there. Almora is very excited.
So now Baez is up. Baez is 0 for 4. Fly to right, grounded to short, struck out twice. Back toward the box, knocked down by Rodriguez. The runner holds at second. And the Cubs now 1 for 13 with runners in scoring position today. They're going to walk Zobrist intentionally, which means that Caesar will be the hitter.
It's funny we have these rules to speed up the game, and we're 3.5 hours into one.
Caesar takes at the knees, 0-1. Caesar down the right field line, and it's no balls and 2 strikes.
Question for you, Tom.
Yep.
So the old way, we used to stand up, catcher put his hand out, you throw 4 balls. Okay, that would go towards the pitcher's pitch count. Does it still?
It does not.
Does not.
No. Whew. 0-2 pitch now to Caesar. Opposite way. Cesar has it. They'll go to second for 1. Freddie's throw to first goes by Stassi. The winning run will score as Almora slides in safely, and the Cubs win it here in the bottom of the 13th inning, 5-4. Second error of the day for Freddie Galvis. It was limited opportunity to get Caesar at first base. Limited opportunity. But he tried to fire it, and it went right on by Brock Stassi. And the Phillies have now lost 3 straight to the Cubs and finished the road trip 1-6.
I always say that Freddie Galvis is one of the hedgiest baseball players around, but there's just absolutely no need for him to make this throw. Talked about Caesar's speed earlier in the ball game. You got the out there, that's fine. Just eat it. Caesar, you can see, is already past second base. Almora scores easily. Man.
And the Cubs win it here in the bottom of the 13th inning. Almora's looking over his shoulder the entire time. And now he goes. And there's no chance, even though there's limited foul territory, no chance for Stassi to do anything.
It's a shame.